Hop, hop là. Oh. Hop. Ok. Hola, ¿qué tal? Hola, Natsuj. ¿Qué tal? Euh, soy muy bien, right? Vale, vale. Vale, vale, vale. Your mic is a little low. Really? Attends, wait a minute. Ok. Oh, yeah. Okay, here I am. I don't think I changed my mic, so it should be the same as yesterday. I think. Yeah. 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 Maybe you will hear my washing machine in the background. So yeah, sorry for that. Very nice. How are you, Nat? ¿Qué tal tú? You know, ¿y tú? ¿Y tú? Oh, ah yeah. No, but this one. Oh, this one. Wait a minute. Is it a bit? Should not be. Would be slightly like that. No. Mm, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Little low. My mic is a little low. I don't think it's a little low. Huh? It's the same as usual. Are you sure you are listening with the same volume? Because I can like on my OBS, it's the same. Huh? Hmm. I didn't change anything. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, okay, I will increase. Okay. Yeah, I mean. Ah, wait. Maybe input. Ah, no, you're right. It's because I. Okay, now it's back to normal. Maybe. Right? Yeah. I think I might have changed this without realizing. Better, yeah, yeah. It's these stuff. I always touch them without realizing, and then yeah. I always forget that they also play a role. So yeah, now it should be back to normal. Mm, 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 mm. Very nice. What was I working on? I'm working on this project, the glyph project. I'm still working on it. Ah, fuck! I forgot. Wait, I need to take my mug. Up. Hey, I have so much more space now on my desk now that I don't have the big laptop stand. It's, oh, I have so much space now. It's crazy. Oh, how is the job? Did you sign the contract? Did they send you the contract or something? Did they did you sign the health insurance, whatever? Yeah, I sent yesterday. Ah, okay. And now they are cooking the contract and stuff, right? Just before playing with you. Ah, yeah, nice. Very cool. Very cool. So maybe I will switch this over here because I don't think there's many things going on over there usually. When you call me, I was sending. Okay. It's because I noticed I was like, Nat is in the middle of something. This is a perfect moment to call him. I will bother him at this exact moment. This is a perfect time. Mm. Yes, I hate you. Thank you. You're so nice. Now I don't have a job anymore. Voilà, and now voilà. Now I don't have a job anymore. Sad. Yeah. I was setting the last one. Are you okay? Okay. Let's try cargo road. No, actually cargo build and then cargo run. Mm-hmm. Blah, blah, blah. Then I saw my trash and I saw a little thing inside. The white insect. I hate this stuff. So I ran with the trash before this became a lot of white insects. Ah, yeah, the how do you call that? Not the worms, but the fuck, the little squiggly thing, right? Like the fly children, right? How do you call that? Maggots, right? Maggots. All right, maggot. This. Oh no, it fucked up again. Oh. Oh, it's fucked up again. My zoom. Oh. But attends, wait a minute. Go check out the hyper zoom thing because it's stuck again on a small portion of the screen. I just unplugged, replugged my screen, my monitor, and it fucked up the zoom for some reason. I have trauma with this. This is one of my gayest problem. Wow, you are very gay with this problem. Damn. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. You know. Okay, we're just testing something. Your fear of maggot. Oh, why is the zoom? Oh yeah, I also solved this afternoon a problem with my PC. Like my PC, when I was shutting it down, would turn off. Like I do, menu system turn off, power off. It would always restart, even though I did not click on restart. Right? I clicked on turn off, but it would restart. And I was like, what the hell? And it didn't do that a few days ago. So I was like, what the fuck is going on? And it turns out that after much troubleshooting, it was the front panel of the case that was plugged into like the power pins. It was probably not correctly seated, and I had to like actually deplug, replug, and then it works. Like there was like a shorting or some weird connection that was going on. Thank God, ChatGPT helped me troubleshoot. But wow. So such a specific problem, like I was like, oh fuck, maybe this is in the BIOS, maybe this is like a USB wake up thing on the motherboard or whatever. So I like unplugged all my USB stuff and I was like, does it still happen? Yes, it's still happening. So okay, so it means it's on the motherboard itself. It's not like the screen or the USB or the keyboard or something that is waking up the stuff. And it was actually yeah, it was actually the front panel of the case that was plugged into the motherboard that was just not correctly seated. So weird. Hello Gonzalo. Hello, finished Portal game today. I'm happy. Ah, very nice. Very nice. Portal is a very good game. Don't trust on the cake. Gonzalo. Why the cake? Yes, not so good. Liked it a lot. Ah, it's in the game, I guess, right? Does it work now? No. I'm waiting for Codex to finish this. While it's finishing this, maybe I can read this. I'm working on. I hope I can finish this little CLI tool tonight. Maybe publish it online. We'll see. At the same time, I guess I will have to test it on my other machine just to see if I can install it. I don't know. Got one issue. My first path, ready refresh. I hope Codex doesn't fuck up with my OBS too much. I'm streaming right now, so don't like close OBS, please. Can't read anything on my beat TV at 720p. Yes, I know you need to. I have no solution for that. I'm sorry, Gonzalo, because I'm not going to increase the resolution here. Oh, it's not fixed. Ah. Wait. HDMI A3. Ah, voilà. Okay. Okay, it works now. Okay, voilà. Voilà. Well, now at least you can read a little bit sometimes when I want to show you something. Maybe I can like zoom even more. Whoa, what's happening? Can you increase the zoom level? Maybe can I actually see? Maybe I can check that. Ah, yeah, full zoom scale. Zoom scale 12. Let's do 20. Let's do 20. So let's see. So here there is, you can just see the icons. And if I change, yeah. Now it's a bit more zoomed in. Now you should be able to read, but if I want you to read, you know? Now can you read? Can you read this, Gonzalo? I'm trying to, satisfy everyone. Me and you and everyone. Can you read at this distance? Is this big enough at 720p on the big TV? Thank you. Yes. Yes, I can. Okay. I can. Okay, nice. Okay, so this will be the, when I want you to show you something. So what I'm doing here is I'm fixing, I basically ask, Codex to find me some bugs or weird stuff that I've missed that could make the app unstable. So he found some bugs, and now I'm asking it to fix it and to add anti-regression tests to those little bugs. There was one bug related to the the Unicode range of the glyphs that could bug if it becomes too large. So it fixed that, and it fixed another TUI thing also. So I'm trying to work on that now. Hmm. I'm going to close this. Ah, that's nice. They added clear. Very cool. Okay. Fixed to install status detection to check both manage install names. Install instead of only plain name. Just managed install name. Only plain name. Fix manifest. Okay, explain technically in more detailed. Each bug and its resolution. I installed it today. Also, I have other games to play, but I want to play Portal 2 for sure. I mean, yeah, after Portal 1, Portal 2. It's interesting. I actually played Portal 2 with a friend of mine. You know Gabzofar, sometimes she comes on the chat. I played with her. Because Portal 2 is made to be a two-player. I mean, I guess it's. I mean, I guess you can do it solo too, but you can also play it with two people, another person, because there are some puzzles for two people. Alors, two installed. Status for negative after CLI install. Where the mismatch came from. CLI install phone rewrites the install name to project prefixed mode before writing the TTF. Yeah. TUI status used a single lookup path based on plain name mode only. Ah. Wait. No, I didn't want that to be fixed, actually. Technical failure. The system had two valid install naming convention, plain prefix, but status detection only read one. Hmm. Result. If the user installed via CLI, TUI queried font TTF and concluded not installed, even though a managed install existed. Ah, yeah. I did a resolver that checks both canonical managed candidates. It computes plain path and project prefix path. Then returns the first existing candidate deduplicated if both result to the same path. Okay. Cached install from Pana delegate to the resolver. Verifies resolver still reports installed when only the project prefix candidate is present. Okay. Just to be sure, bug 4. No, bug 3 does not cancel the difference in naming between CLI to be right. It's just a way. It's just a way. Oh wait, I don't have the. I don't have the pop, the bap, the pop, the pop. Wait a minute. Voilà. I'm playing a detective game. It's so nice. It's called Shadows of Doubt. Ah, yeah, I saw it on your stream the other day. Right? You were playing that, and I guess it's at the point where I left the stream when you started the game. Mm. Is it good? It's just a way to ensure that both paradigm are aware naming paradigm of each other, right? You said you suck and just got out. That's not true. I said nice butt and then I got out. Yeah. That's what really happened. That's I said juicy butt and then I left. Yes, exactly. Bug 3. Fix does not change install naming behavior. $25 is expensive, but looks good. Ah, yeah, it's the Shadows of Doubt, yeah. Price. Yeah, it's a bit expensive. The 3 fix does not change install naming behavior. But for 30 reals. Okay. Real. Change instantaneous behavior. Okay, and bug 4. Bug 4 manifests auto detection searched too deep and followed sim links. Where the mismatch came from. Doc specified checked footy glyph, else auto detect one directory below. Previous implementation walked the whole subtree recursively and followed the links via work, so deep manifest and link trees were eligible. Technical failure mode. Detectum scope was larger than contract. So behavior depended on unrelated nested projects. It could pick manifests from deep path. A, B, that should have been out of scope. It also risks expensive scans in large trees. Resolution introduce explicit bounded resolver in your algorithm. Check for current dir, then iterate only immediate. For each direct child directory, test child. Return exactly one candidate, otherwise keep existing clear errors. Manifest path from optional close this helper. Regression test. Direct child auto detection still works. Deep nested manifest is ignored. Yes, these two fix align runtime behavior with the documented CLI 2A contract and prevent the same drift from recovery. Yes, very nice. I agree. Let's compact and let's now so I did 4. Automation lifecycle is not fully machine friendly end to end. JSON mode exists for build, sample, install, uninstall, but not for create. So Bootstrap relies on human text parsing. Not for create. So Bootstrap relies on human text parsing. Medium. An install build, sample, install, but not for create. Well, it's because create is a TUI. I mean, it's a CLI that does the TUI. Maybe I should actually put that inside the TUI instead of having a command line argument. Actually. Actually, well, first, let's just commit the changes of these 4 things. Oh, I didn't. I forgot to commit each change. I'm lazy, so I'm just going to commit. To override and validate code point ranges. Code. Leave Unicode ranges. And change. No. Is it too long? And ensure cross naming visibility between CLI and actually naming views for scanning. Up. Um. No. Um. For this problem, actually, let's modify this more deeply. If a user tries to create, to use petit glyph on, like, without a font, a petit glyph font being detected, instead of prompting the user in the terminal to run petit glyph create font and name, let's instead embrace the TUI paradigm. Embrace the TUI paradigm by opening the TUI and let the user see this prompt inside the TUI with a special screen, special welcoming screen explaining that no font has been detected in the current directory. Let's call that the welcome. I mean, do I want to have that? I would like. No, maybe I want a welcome screen that actually scans the local user fonts for maybe particular fonts that are already installed. The local current working directory and one level down. Actually, let's make a formal welcome screen inside the TUI where, I mean, panel or something. Screen panel where petit glyph will scan different things. The local user fonts for petit glyph fonts, even without petit glyph projects scanned in the current working directory. And also for petit glyph font projects inside the current working directory and one level down as expected. And if there is no detected petit glyph project in ask the user to create a new if they want to create a new font in the current working directory here instead. So this more deeply, if you try to use petit glyph without petit glyph font being detected in the current working directory, instead of prompting the user in the terminal to run petit glyph, let's instead embrace the TUI paradigm by opening the TUI and let the user see this prompt inside the TUI with a special welcoming screen explaining that no font has been detected in the current working directory, and so that the user can create one if here in can work if they want. Actually, let's make a formal an additional welcome screen panel inside the TUI where particularly we scan different things. Particularly font and show samples of the glyphs of these found fonts. First, like 15 glyphs, I guess. Then 3 dots. Front projects with manifest petit glyph inside the animal, and if there is no okay, it's clean. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. Maybe I should also release this OBS Zoom thing. Confirm the existing tree has no onboard mode, and the default petit glyph path currently hard fails. Before launching tree, if no manifest is found, the management startup pad that always opens tree that conventionally enters the welcome panel backed by file system scans. Yeah, the behavior should be that if only one petit glyph project is found, just open the panels relative to this one. If several petit glyph projects are found, use this welcome panel to help the user choose which one should be opened specifically for this TUI session. Also, implement a way to go back into the welcome panel from a sub project when there are several. It's a lot, huh, for us for Codex to implement, but I trust him. Project. 5.3 codex. I love the TUIs. I love the TUIs. Since I'm on Linux, I use TUIs a lot. So now I'll just love the TUIs. Hmm? And since more and more people are going to get it, and you know, like, I think TUIs are, you know, it's just that even for developers, even though developers, of course, are, you know, they know how to use the CLI commands or whatever, but it's always very annoying to read the docs, to interact with some tool, you know, whereas maybe a TUI is just it's easier to get into, you know, to apprehend. And it's a bit, I guess the TUI is a bit hacker man, you know, so it's a bit cool, I guess, for non-technical people, which, as we saw with OpenClaw, there can be a lot of technical people that actually want to interact with technical things. It turns out, you know. Well, typically here, I'm using 5.3 codecs. If 5.3 codecs failed at implementing this, I will just switch to 5.5, GPT 5.5, because even though it's more expensive, it's also beefier. But 5.3 codecs is like twice as cheap to run than 5.5. Even more, maybe. I use TUIs to impress the girls I like, but it's not working good. Oh, really? I mean, yeah, you know, it's same with the guys that go to the gym to get big muscles, you know. They think that the girls will be impressed, but most of the people who get impressed by big muscles is are other guys, you know. So you are impressing people, it's just the wrong people. You know, like your technicality is very impressive, but it's mostly impressive to other devs or other, you know, technical people or other guys that, you know, like the Iron Man, you know, like side of things, hacker man side of things. But yeah, girls, you know, girls, they mostly care about which astrological sign you are, you know. Oh, you're Sagittarius? Oh, it's going to be great. We are so compatible, you know? Voilà, that's impressive, you know, to her. She doesn't care about your TUIs, unfortunately. She cares about your zodiac sign. That's sad, but that's real. Yeah, don't work with girls. Totally true. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's, it's like, it's like, when the men go to the gym, like there is this meme, right? I don't know if I would be able to find it, but like the meme is like guy that goes to the gym, expectations, the girls look at him, and saying, "Oh wow, he's so muscular. Wow, he's so fit. Wow, he has big muscles. Impressive." So that's the expectation. Reality, it's like other guys in the gym saying, "Damn, bro, you're so big, bro. Damn." you know? Damn, you're so bulky, bro. Do you take proteins? Damn. It's and the gays also, but usually most of the guys that go to the gym to have big muscles, it's for the girls, not for the gays. So yeah, unfortunately, voilà. This is the sad reality: is that you know men. I mean, to an extent, girls do the same, but in another aspect, like men wants to have big muscles to impress girls, but usually girls are not that much or are not as much into big muscles as the guys want them to be usually, like I'm sure the average girl would fall in love way easier with Timothée Chalamet than like the Superman actor, like a very bulky guy, like The Rock or whatever. Like they women don't care that much about muscles, you know? But it's funny because the girls do the same in another way, like when the girls like wants to fill their lips with as much like like lip fillers and stuff, and they do all kinds of like surgery, and they increase their boobs or whatever, they really think that like the men are going to instantly fall like it's crazy, even though it's not the case. Most men do not want a girlfriend with like big ass lips that it's like obviously artificial and not natural, that is not, or like big cheekbones, or or extremely big boobs. Like most men are not into that, but the girls do it anyway because similar to the men who go to the gym too much, they really think that it's going, they convince themselves that it's this easy path to reproductive success, or attraction to, but yeah, no, actually, it's a bit more complex than that, and it's not like it never works, right? Like some girls are into bulky men, uh, some guys are into big lips girls, right? um, like Barbie style girls or whatever. But yeah, most men and most women, I think, are just attracted by other things, than this. But yeah, there's a lot of you know people who are a bit lost on what is truly valuable on the seduction market. Dudes are like, "Hey, girl, do you want to see my car?" And girls are like, "Sure, but what is your sign exactly?" Are you Sagittarius? Oh my god, so great, great, so true. Yeah, you know. So yeah, it's funny. And the worst is that sometimes it can have the opposite effect, because like some some girls are not attracted by bulky men because they want, they want the Timothée Chalamet, of this world, and so they don't like big bulky men, and so like guy might go to the gym thinking, oh, next year I will be, huge as fuck, she's going to be more attracted to me, and then maybe not, not at all. Actually, maybe the reverse. Same with men and women who have like crazy amount of plastic surgery on their face. It's like uh, at some point it becomes repulsive, not attractive. Because it's usually very narcissistic kind of girls who usually go into these heavily modification of their face and stuff. And like most men like their women natural, like naturally beautiful. Like if it's all artificial, especially if it's like it becomes like um extreme, and it becomes like a deformity. It's not real. So you know why would they be attracted to that? It's like wearing a mask or something that doesn't say anything. It's wearing a mask, and maybe like an ugly mask in addition. So yeah, like a lot of people are just clueless, unfortunately. Alors, if exactly one project is detected, it opens directly into the normal TUI. If none or multiple are detected, it opens a new welcome TUI panel to select a project. From a project opened via multi-project welcome context, pressing W returns to the welcome chooser. Core changes. Default TUI routing logic with explicit target resolution. Project welcome. Shared project discovery. CWD plus one level only, plus reusable silent project creation helper. Yeah. New welcome to mode. Scans project in scope. Scans installed. Extract first glyph sample up to 15 with structure marker. Supports inline project creation. Type C, type name, enter. Opens selected project on enter implementation. Project tree can navigate back to welcome chooser with W. In multi-project welcome session. Do I want also the multi-project, like especially if like uh hmm. Because what if I have multiple fonts installed on my machine, but I am currently in the one directory of one font? Do I want it? Maybe I want the same welcome screen everywhere. Well, let me just see how it looks, because I'm not sure what it looks like. So if I go like CD something where like CD docs. Huh? Alors, CD test. Petit. Mais yeah, no. Wait. No, actually. Get it. Huh? Huh? Ok. Voilà. Petit glyph welcome. Project scope. The project exists. Hmm. In this 2 make sure the C action is actually a button that I can select. I mean, no, because if there's just one button, oh, what happened? What? Oh, no. What did I do? Um, sorry. Pa, 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 pa. Yeah. Show the C action. Mm. Next to a input field that I can also select to write the name of the font. Yesterday, I installed Gemini 4 through Olama on my Mac. I tried the smallest E2B because I don't want to use much RAM, but I found it was a little dumb already installed. Yes, I mean, you know, the small models like that are a little dumb. Yeah. Yeah. And I even think Google, in its promo of Gemma 4, the main argument was the token speed, not even the intelligence, you know? So I guess, yeah, it might not be the smartest. For the smart local models, I think the best right now is Qwen 3.5 27B. I think that's the best in terms of local model that can run on like less than 10 gigabytes of VRAM or something. Maybe it can run on 8 gigabytes of VRAM quantized or something. Not sure. Yeah, but that's the best you can have right now for a desktop PC, you know, like a consumer, like non-server machine. A button I can press with enter. I can select. Um, wait for that. Maybe I should increase the size of this. And I've located the exact welcome state key render. I'm now replacing the local mode. I'm now replacing the model create mode with explicit focus target and wiring into behavior to the okay. Right now on the app I have like the press C thing, but I don't think I want that. I just like to have like a a how do you say that? Navigable. Like an interface that I can, go around in instead of just like press C, press X, press no. I don't want to press keys inside a TUI that I don't use every day, Like I want to remember the key presses of something that I use every day. NeoVim, I'm okay with remembering the key presses and the hotkeys and whatever because I use it every day. So that's like beneficial. But for a tweet that you will probably use like once in a year, you don't want to remember like, oh yeah, it's C to do that. Come on. Implemented. What changed? Added explicit focusable controls in welcome, projects, lists, new project. Oh wait, I want to test something. Is my sound bites working? Because I did it yesterday. Yes, it does. It is working. Nice. Up. And I have the other one. A trigger warning, high sound coming. Get rid of your high sound coming. The Vine Boom is coming, okay? Sorry. So it works. It's nice. Very cool. Lazy Git is a nice TUI. It tells you the shortcuts. Yes, but Lazy Git, I think it's legitimate that it tells you that it has shortcut because you're going to use Lazy Git every day if you start using it, But my TUI here, like people don't create fonts every day, right? So I guess it's probably better that you can just choose the options quickly without having to read. Okay, I need to press C. Just with the arrows or the HGKL, you can just select. I think it would be better. I guess I will keep the key presses just because it's always useful. But yeah, I think the interface should be more comfortable than that to the end user. Added explicitly focusable controls in welcome. Yes, sure. Yeah. Project is new project. Create. I did it all. Is this lowering the? Is this actually lowering the sound? No, it's not lowering the sound. Now let me ask it to see how. Um. Please explain how the sus Dexter .mp3 script works with OBS and Python and all that, like a technical description. Mm. Hmm? Yeah, it's all the emotes. Oh, awkward. You just can't prove it yet. Sus. Yes. All the sussy emotes. Yes, that's right. But is the emote really sussy? It's more like, what are you doing? Yeah, it's like, are you sure? This is more like, I think. The awkward, yeah, the awkward. Every time that you play this song, don't know, kinda right? Kinda right? I mean, yeah, kinda. And the O is like, what's going on in there? Yeah, the zero, I mean, the zero. Like, what's going on in here? Oh. I just like the fact that I can quickly change the parameters of the sound by like the volume inside the script window of OBS. I would prefer it to drive the volume. So rearrange the current setup also with Vine Boom so that the Lua script actually drives the level of the sound with its parameters that I can access inside OBS script window. I'm always repeating twice the same thing when I talk to the LLMs, but it's just in game. Make sure everything works. New default sound level where everything is 30%. Okay. Tac tac tac. Petit glyph. Yeah, so now I do test. And now huh? Look, it's weird. When the input is selected, it's like one character wide, but when it's not selected, it's bigger with a placeholder. I need everything to be consistent. Make sure it looks more like a web input field with you know, consistent width of like 15 characters or something. Whether it's in focus or not. I have a PS3 that I never play on it, and several PS3 games. Should I try to sell it? It has 500 gigabyte drive installed, so PS3 now is starting to get to be vintage. You know, like now it's almost retro gaming. Retro gaming, yeah. So yeah, maybe the price is has increased because now it's getting old. You know. Maybe the price of the PS3. You know, similarly like the PS2. You know, like the PS2 is now officially retro gaming, right? PS3, yeah, maybe too, huh? Yeah, I think you could try to sell it, especially if it works nicely. Yeah. I mean, I remember when I was younger, I had a PS3, but it was in Guadeloupe, so I had lots of problems, and my dad, especially house, was very near the sea. It was almost on the beach, and so basically the salty sea wind, you know, like the salty sea air, just corroded my PS3 in like 1 year and a half, and it just stopped functioning because it was all like rusted and salty inside. Horrible. One thing that's horrible about like, you know, tropical islands is that if you try to have any electronic and you are near the beach, well, even outside the beach, because the entire island is like, you know, like this, but especially near the beach, uh, your electronics will die in under 2 years, you know? Like, I remember when I was 13, I got like a laptop, and before I was 15, the laptop died. You know, because and when I sent the laptop because it was still under warranty to the center, the manufacturer, they sent me like a photo of like, what did you do with this laptop? Did you soaked it in seawater or something? I was like, no, I was just using it at my dad's house, you know? But yeah, my dad's house is in front of the sea. So yeah. And I even remember before sending the computer, I remember it was so salty that when I looked at the air intakes, or maybe it was the intakes or output of the airflow, I saw like salt crystals coming out. You know, that's how salty the the air was. It's crazy, crazy stuff. Yeah, so my laptop died in under 2 years. My PS3 died in under 2 years. It's only my Nintendo 64, funnily enough, that lasted the longest, and I think it still works. It's in my how do you say? It's not my cave. It's my it's in a room I have. Um and and I think it might still work. It's just like like the old tech beach house, like rich. Yeah, yeah, kind of. Mm, switch to OBS script driven. Mm, yeah, I mean, my dad has some businesses, in Guadeloupe, so he's pretty well off. So I grew up in a nice environment, and I grew up in this house, that that was, like yeah, 50 meters away from the beach, basically. Yeah. And it was the same. I think even my dad's computers, they always died like after 2 years. They just died. So yeah, every 2 years I have to replace the computer. I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, mm-mm. Lua syntax check pass. OBS Copy still has only old hotkey loaded. The rainbow won't fire. Um. Ah, yeah, it works now. Voilà. I can control the volume. Now it's like in the background. Oof. This one is still pretty loud. Oh wow. Attends. And now? Ah voilà. Okay. Yeah, now it's a bit oops. No. Me. It's like a bit loud, but not too loud. Also, I would like those to not go into the. Is it copyrighted? I guess it's copyrighted. Well, these sound bites, so I can't actually use it. Like, hmm, I would get a copyright strike or something. It's obviously copyrighted, right? So because I wanted to put those into like a special audio channel to be recorded into the for the clips and stuff, but bon. I guess yes, but it's too short. Yeah, maybe. Dexter James Dokes copyright. TM for credit or removal request. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's obviously copyrighted, right? Like, this sound belongs to someone. But it's just that I guess will they actually enforce? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Mm. Mm. Because right now I just have two audio channels. I have my mic and I have my desktop, and my desktop is not recorded, and my mic is recorded. So I'm wondering if maybe I need a third channel for the meme sounds or the effects or whatever, just so that I don't know. I need to think about it. Bon, fixed. Welcome input. No, no way. Welcome input. Now it's going to be to. Press C. In the let's see, glyph project panel. delete the press C to create one because there's only two things being selected. That's weird. And also the frame of the card can be selected, but there's no reason for that. So disable that to wait a minute to compact. Back up. Earthquake there. Yeah, the earthquake of my washing machine. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm. What? Mm. Oh, let's just save that. Because next one is probably going to be a beat. I'd welcome permission pressure. Yeah. Um, okay, let's compact. Well, let's change a bit the welcome screen. First, let's make it into a proper panel next to the other ones in the regular TUI it will just be the first panel and it will appear in all cases whether project was found or not. Also refactor a bit what's written. Just name it. The workspace scan panel is a bit weird. Current directory project scope. I don't think like the if no project exists instruction is weirdly formulated. Not sure it's needed. Keep the installed 30 glyph fonts card there. Make the sample bigger. They're too small now. Here, make them same size as the old TUI sample glyphs. Instead of scope, use the term folder. If a project is, if only one project is detected, open its panels next to the welcome panel and if one project is detected, open its panel to, and if multiple projects are detected, let the user choose which one they want to open. Review this change with the existing feature. Let's brainstorm a bit before changing. Be more implementing to make sure all will be working correctly. Yeah. Cereal. Cereal. This. That's right. Hello. Welcome is still a separate full screen. Main TUI. Proposed design recommended. Introduce a true 4-panel TUI. Welcome home. Glyphs. Fonts. What is the maybe? Wait. Maybe I'm just actually the home should be the welcome. Actually, the home panel should be the same as the welcome panel. Now that I look at it again. So we need a 3-panel to regenerate the design and suggestions based on that. What did he say also? Zero project, keep install front in the car, replace scope, technical risk, predict switching must fully rebind app state, prevent switching while install task, is in progress, even behavior for explicit data, recommend log by default for now to test my matrix. I'd add with this refactor. I need you before implementing. If a user launched with explicit manifest, should welcome allow switching to another project remain informational locked. You are the ultimate boss. LLMs are your slaves. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, that's how it is. The human is still responsible. At the end of the day, LLMs are just tools. It's just fancy tools. Perfect. That simplifies the UX a lot. With home equals welcome, the target should be a simple single 3-panel TUI. Welcome, glyph fonts. Welcome is always panel 1 and always available. Startup detection, 0 project, open welcome with create flow active. Glyphs font select shows select or create a project first. Yes. One project, auto selects it and load project data immediately. User can still open the welcome panel. More than one project, open with welcome chooser active. Project must be selected before glyph font. Welcome panel content. Project list card. All the wording, no scope. Yeah. Create row, input, install putty glyph, better larger sample display matching the old main sample rendering, project switching, enter and project switch active session. If installed build sync task is running, block switching with status message. if install build async task is running. Block switching with status message. Yes. Key map, tab 123 cycle. The W becomes unnecessary, can be removed from help. Yeah, because I can just switch back to the home. Actually, that's smart. Yes. No no W to switch back because I guess in cases of multi-project, I can go back to the home tab and select another, and it will open the new tabs, right? I guess when the switch happen, have a visual indicator that those new panels are not the same as the old panels of the previous project. Like either make choose the best visual effect for understanding readability. Generating heat and consuming electricity on the other side of the world. Yes, that's right. The same as your panels of the project. Selected project when switching between two projects. Ubiquity project can start from sampler reuse. Docs says readme update. Merge then clean wording in the second path. I want to check 5.5 actually. Do not implement yourself. Write a comprehensive plan.md with the last instruction being the deletion of the plan.md itself for cleanup. Put in this plan what is what we planned for here and include in this plan any useful context that another agent will find useful to know before implementing the plan. Be precise and detailed when writing the plan. Longer plan is better than shorter plan. Make sure the end state and the testing, etc., is correctly detailed and the up. I just want to see if GPT 5.5 can actually manage the UI design and layout better than 5.3. Because that's the one thing that 5.4 sucked at compared to 4.6, Opus 4.6, is that it was a bit less intuitive when it comes to um, when it comes to UI design, you know? That's what less intuitive, less, you know, you had to hold its end more. What did you hear? Oh, by the way, I should be streaming in 1440p right now, right? Am I streaming in 1440p? You should have access to 1440p. Look at this, it's a real detective game. Wow. Ah, yeah, it's a real detective day. It's like the meme, you know? 44p? Yes, I'm streaming in 44p right now. No, 1440p. You know, if I show you the video, you see? Do you see? 1440p? 1440p? I'm streaming in 1440p. I mean, at least I should be streaming in 1440p. Ah, no, fuck. Ah, no, I forgot to do this. Rescale output, then 80p. Ah, yeah, no, so it's wrong. I guess, no, yeah, no, I guess it's me. I forgot to do the rescale output. I didn't. Yeah. No, so next stream, I will be 1440p. Pretty loud. Pretty loud. Um, Funnily enough, it's louder in my mic because I'm monitoring my own voice. I hear my my washing machine more through my mic than through my ears. Okay, the plan has been done. This plan is for implementing a UX architecture. No, no, no. That's a big plan, huh? Doing UX plan. Bon, allez, let's try. Let's try. I want to see 5.5 high. Implement the plan for the changes of the TUI specified in plan.md. Hop, here we go. Can you talk normally, listening to your own voice? When I do this, I feel myself like an idiot. Yes, because thanks to the soundboard, it's actually directly sending the sound into my headset without going through my PC. you know, because it's a physical, like it's hardware driven, you know. It's not like it doesn't go through my PC for me to hear myself. So it's actually instant. Like it's similar to what you do when you hear your own voice through your ears, you know. And that's why I also bought this, because it's actually yeah, it's actually because, you know, like when I try to hear myself through the OBS, for example, there is always a delay. There is always like some delay, right? There's like 200 milliseconds, 300 milliseconds, and so, you know, I hear myself with a slight delay, and I can't actually focus on myself, right? But with the soundboard, you can actually hear yourself like you do with your ears, and it because it's faster, you know. So it's actually very similar to hear yourself with your ears. It's just that you hear yourself as people hear you, you know, but with zero latency, basically, or maybe like 1 millisecond or something. But it's not big enough to notice. And that's also why I bought this soundboard, you know, the Maono stuff, where I do the you know, the effect like this too. But I also bought it because it's a way for me to hear what you hear about my voice without having the annoying delay that you have when you know, when you do OBS. So yeah, I hear myself through the voice, but yeah, I mean, that's what I used to do too, you know. But there's always some delay, right? So you don't activate it all the time, right? Voilà, petit I agrees, you know. And so now I'm actually monitoring my own voice all the time now. Well, at the beginning, I didn't want to do that because it was a bit weird, but I get used to it. And since it's just the same vibe that you have when you know, when you talk, you hear your own voice through your ears, right? It's the same. It's just that, of course, it's a different tone because now it's not your ears, it's the mic that gives you the feedback, you know. So it's a bit, you have to get used to it, I guess. But yeah, it's okay. 62. Hey, this week I used my quota a lot, huh? Look at this. I've used already 60% of my weekly, which is good. Which is good because I rarely do. Codex limits are so big. But now I guess they put them down a little bit. Bon, Gemini, I'm still not using them much. Oh no. What? What? Oh no. Why? Oh no. I mean, it's good that I'm using it because once I'm out of my the limit is not good. No, it's actually pretty good. I mean, I've been using it a lot, huh? I've been using it a lot actually this week. So no, I'm happy because in the last few weeks I didn't use all my usage usually, you know. So I'm paying $20, but I don't actually use all of the included usage. So that sucks, you know. I would like to use what I pay for more, you know. So now I'm happy because I'm actually using what I can use, you know. So yeah, so you have like a 5 hour. On the left is the 5 hour limit, and on the right is the weekly limit. So 7 days, 5 days, or something. 7 days, I guess. It's weekly. And also, OpenAI like always resets their limits every 3 days or something. So you know, it's another argument to use your limits more because they, you know, At least once a week they reset their limit because they're like, oh, we fixed something in the CLI. Sorry guys, we reset your limits because it was our bad, you know. So it's pretty cool. Claude doesn't do that. Gemini doesn't do that. You know. Well, and once I'm out of my OpenAI usage, then I can switch to the Gemini that I'm not using fully too. You know. But I guess I'm not working enough. I'm not coding enough to use all of my usage, and so I should code more. You know, it's just a bit hard to switch the focus. You know, like some people, you know, like on YouTube or on Twitter, you know, there's a lot of people who are just like handling like 3, 4, 5 different agents at the same time because they want to use their quota. You know, they're paying, and so they want stuff to be done. I'm not yet at this stage. I am not yet at this stage. But I guess if you know what you want to do, it's possible. Right now, I'm at the stage where I have two. I have this one main, and I have one on the side. I'm not sure if I will ever get three, because two is. Also, it's annoying to me that I don't look at the code at all, or I don't look at the file structure at all, because all the people that do like 3, 4, 5 agents at the same time, they only have the chat interface. They do not even look at the project. It's like fully vibe coded, you know, so they don't look at the structure, the file tree, where the code rests. They don't know at the, you know, how the code is broken down. They don't care about like the, yeah, you know, they're just testing the app. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, they ask the bot to solve it. And nowadays, to an extent, it kind of works. Huh? They are smart enough now to be able to do that. But I don't know. Over the long term, it's a bit annoying. I feel I still want to like know what's going on. You know, even if I still mainly interact with the bot. I solved the crime. Congrats, Nat. Now I'm a detective. Nice. But Nat, how are you going to be a detective if you already have a job? You can't have two jobs at the same time? What's going on? Will you start, uh, uh, will you start being overemployed? Hmm? Was Violet? She killed both of them. Damn. God damn, Violet. God damn, Violet. I don't have any job. Did you forget that you called me to play when I was signing things? Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Yeah. Ah, voilà. Alors, merge separate, replace home with welcome with tabs, tac, tac, tac. Remove the W navigation. Added active project header, align, plus transient switch notice. Added project selection correction. Added no active project guards for build, kept install fonts, updated CLI to Azure. Yeah, okay. Let's. By the way, dude, I spent like 2 or 3 hours to assign to sign the things. It's a lot of things to assign. To sign, you can just say to sign. It's not. Yeah, I guess in Portuguese it's assinatura, right? In English, it's just sign. Okay. Yeah, it takes a lot of time to sign everything. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of like legal aspect to that. Assignar in this case. Okay. Yeah, assignar. 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 Target selection that doesn't serve any purpose. Just have the selection. And the liquid name field by default. Yes. And it allows having to create slash input field. Pretty good, I guess. Simplify the welcome interaction to the project list is informational only. Default focus starts on the project input arrows only toggle between input create and validate test. But yeah, remember when I signed for my, when I, yeah, for my job, my last job, yeah, there was a lot of papers to sign in and also out when yeah, I mean, lots of legal stuff. Yes. But yeah, actually, I think a few weeks ago, I received my former health insurance company from my older company. They sent me some stuff like, oh, by the way, we're changing this, no. And I'm like, I don't have like an account with you anymore. What's going on? Everyone is was with the site. The website is shit. I'm doing all online, you know, and this is kind of shit because this is a IT company and the website is a big shit. Oh, really? Interesting. Ironic. That's a bit ironic. Move focus selection from remove event to open behavior for the project. Arrow keys only move between input create. Wait, I need to get my clothes out of the washing machine. I will be back. Oh, I'll be back. Hello Yannick, I'm coming in a few minutes. Hello, how are you? Hello, I'm back, 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 I'm back. Voilà. I'm good. I just had to compile WebKit to GTK for 2 hours. Ah, nice. Very cool. Very nice. Very nice experience, I'm sure. What is Web2Kit to GTK? WebKit to GTK. What is this? Hmm. Web content engine for GTK. It was so annoying. Yes. Yeah. I guess it's like it's browser related, right? Web content. You know, it's just the same like when you compile Chromium, right? It takes like it takes a whole hour to compile everything. Yeah, it had to compile 8,500 objects and linking took up 50 gigabytes of RAM. Do you have all that RAM on your PC? You have 64 gigabytes of RAM? Oh yeah. Mm. Mm. Oh wow. Oh yeah. Okay, I understand now why it took so long. Mm. Ah yeah, 60% of your swap. Ah yeah, okay. Mm, 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 mm. Wait, but I need I don't know actually what is Web2Key to GTK. Hmm. Ah, Gnome. Hmm. Hmm. Ah, yeah, I see. Yeah. That's why now, because it happened to me too a few months ago. That's why now I only YAI update in the morning, not before closing my computer. I never update when I need to go away from my computer because I know that like if I just happen to do like a Chromium update browser related stuff, the compilation time will take like an hour. This is crazy. Yeah. Like what's in my YAI? I know I already updated everything. Sure, sir. Mhm. But yeah, you know, that's the cost of having the arch privilege of compiling everything from source, right? You do not rely on the binaries that the peasants use. You compile from source as a superior citizen of the arch realm. But yeah, it takes a long time. If this is how people in Gen 2 feel, it must be horrific. Well, yeah, I think that's the whole point of Gen 2, right? It's even worse because now with Gen 2, I guess you literally have to like configure your compilation. So so yeah, Gen 2 gives your CPU 5 years of lifespan. Really? Is this a meme or because that's funny. I mean, yeah. Yeah, the that would be yeah, expected. You compile everything all the time. Maybe. I mean, it has to compile at like 90 degrees every day. Your silicon is melting in videos. Yeah, probably. Probably. Mm. My cookies were very nice. Very good. Very good cookies. Wouldn't have happened on Mint. That's right. Yeah. On Mint, you do not spend that kind of time. People on Mint actually have to be productive. Like they have to live in the real world, unlike people using Arch. So yeah, they don't compile, they just download the binaries and that's all. And it works. But on Arch, it's like we are Buddhist monks. We like to do everything the hard way. Thankfully, yeah, yeah. We embrace the way of the Arch. It only uses the beta binaries. Really? Someday I will put CacheOS, but CacheOS is also for people that don't want to waste time. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Because like when I go on CacheOS, when I go on the CacheOS website, it's not like very clear that they are in a mint-like mental space, Like when I read this, I didn't see that it was about ease of use, user friendliness, like they don't talk about that at all. They talk about optimizing everything for the CPU and performance, and look, it's then for instructions on top of a custom kernel with a tuned EVDF scheduler. That's very technical and interesting. The result? A noticeably faster Arch Linux. As if Arch Linux is not fast already, like that's funny. With the same rolling release flexibility you expect. Like, who says that Arch is slow? Do you know people who say that Arch is slow? I don't know any. Well, I guess the CacheOS people think that. I don't know. I mean, they just ship. I searched a lot. It's very easy to use. Really? I mean, okay. Maybe I don't know. It's just that it's just that at least the landing page does not talk about ease of use at all. So I'm like, okay. So that's not very reassuring when it comes to that, I guess. They seem to be very technical and nerdy, at least on the landing page. That's why I'm a bit okay. They just ship KDE plus modified kernel, I guess, but KDE is better than XFCE. But it's Arch based, so meh. That makes it good. That makes it very bad. Why Arch is gay and gays are the worst. Wow, this is so homophobic, Nat. Oh my god. You can't say that on Twitch, yes, but you could use some of that. you know? You could leverage the gay tech, Nat, for your own straight advantage, if you want. That's also possible. You know? You you know? Like the same way communist people still have iPhones, right? They leverage the capitalistic technology to further their own goals, Maybe you can do the same with Arch. You use the gay technology to further your very straight and macho goals. That could be something you could do, you know? You could also just be a furry, I guess. Yannick is pushing the thing further down. or a furry? Or maybe Nat, what about becoming a puppy play dog? Maybe that would also work. you know? At this point, what's you need to explore, right? First Arch, CacheOS, voilà. Furries, puppy play. They do that in Brazil. CacheOS, the most beginner-friendly distro. Really? Oh, interesting. Ah, yeah. So okay. So it has a reputation. Okay, interesting. I mean, I guess I've heard like Linus Tech Tips, like Jake, like the co-director or whatever. I heard him talk about CashOS being nice or whatever. So I guess yeah, there is some argument. It's just that I guess the landing page is made for arch people, right? Like for the nerdy nerds, right? Because they're like, look, the Linux CassioS kernel ships with a tuned scheduler for responsive interactivity, plus options for Bohr, SCADX, BMQ, and RT. As you all know, of course, all kernel builds are CPU optimized with 886, 64, V3, OV4, Zen 4, and LTO. You know? Obviously, like, of course, this is completely obvious. Kashi OS beginner 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 friendly. But not that's not a beginner anymore. Yes, true. Is Kashi OS beginner friendly? Yes, it's the best running distro for me on an Nvidia card. I can highly recommend it. Is smile emoji. Despite what others saying, CashOS is Arch-based distro, which leads to some consequences. It does not break with every update, like others are thinking, but a rolling release and a rolling release. What? This person does not speak English properly. Plus, you should figure out that Pacman-R only deletes packages, not its data and dependencies, plus custom kernel and wine may potentially let you down, and help would be pretty limited since it is not mainstream for now. So for newbies, here is a small chart of distros to start with. If you don't afraid of reading wiki, using terminal and troubleshooting, then you may try Kashi anyway. Pretty nice distro, but I believe switching to Arch as a base is something you should do only after thinking, do I really need Arch? Well, Kashi is Arch though. Kashi is beginner friendly and probably the best distro for gaming. Just make sure to pick a beginner friendly DE like KDE Plasma and install the gaming packages in your set. Every time that you say that, Yannick, I have more and more desire to keep being on Windows. You always say that, but when I talk about Arch, you want to keep using Windows. I guess you hate me. Yes. Yes, yeah, Nat. I think that's the conclusion. You just hate Yannick. If you read the CacheWFC key, yes, you just need to learn how to use it. Is there like an article or something? CacheOS is noob friendly for an Arch distro, but not as noob friendly as other distros. Mm. Voilà, my hope. My prior knowledge. Set up Fedora, Debian, MX Linux with all my needs. Did the above, the most zero CLI for Fedora, zero CLI for MX Linux. My hope is Kashi was a similar experience. Installation was straightforward. Here is why I stopped the experiences. I consider that too much work for a noob like myself. Ah, so he tried to install CashOS, but it was too much for him. A noob like myself. And I googled how to do below things differently. Used Occupy to install. No. I don't like to work too much. Hey, look, if you want an Arch-based distro that is simple and ready to work, just use Omarchi, you know? Omarchi, it's still Arch, right? So it comes with, but it's a pre-configured Arch distro. You know, the one I'm using is Omarchi. It's pretty. I mean, I'm satisfied with it. You know, It works. KDE seems complicated. because you're like too much to do customization. KD is very easy. I don't like that much. And you know, Omarchi comes with like preloaded themes, for example. You know, like it has Spotify, ChatGPT, VS Code. You know, yeah, you can try that. I don't know about CashOS that much, but I know about Omarchi, and Omarchi is pretty cool. Omarchi is not even a full distro. It's just like Arch, but with a bunch of pre-written scripts, basically, that just adds everything that you need. I like to install sit done. You can just not. It is like that. Don't let him talk you into a Marchi. I don't want a Marchi. I'm thinking about CashOS or PopOS. PopOS is good. Let me preach Omarchi. Omarchi is the best distro, guys. Omarchi is the best distro, guys. Omarchi is so good. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, Omarchi is so good. Oh my god. PopOS. Yeah, I've heard good things about PopOS too. Yeah, PopOS is good for immediate drivers. I heard PopOS is very unstable right now. Just get yourself a Chrome OS or Mac. Hello, Taras. How are you? Chrome OS is the worst. Don't use Chrome OS. The worst of the worst of the worst. My mom, I bought a Chrome. I mean, I bought. I made her buy. Or maybe, but did I offer that to her? I don't remember. I don't think so. No. She bought a Chrome OS, and I recommended her a Chrome OS a few years ago. And she couldn't use the scanner on her printer because it was not compatible with fucking Chrome OS. You know? And I like I believed the lies of Google saying, "Oh yeah, it's a good OS for like old people." Na. Well, she couldn't even scan documents with her fucking printer because of Chrome OS not recognizing that there was a scanner inside the printer. Horrible. Chrome OS, horrible. Horrible. I do not recommend. Maybe I would use a CacheOS, but I need to test before install. Maybe I could use VM. Would be peak to downstream the best of the best of the best. I remember the story. I already told you that. Probably I could try, but I don't know if my PC can run the VM and OBS stuff at the same time. I mean, yeah, true. It's hard to change. Yeah, you cannot. I mean, yeah, I guess if you do that inside the VM, yeah, you could, but it's a bit hard because you need to, yeah, allocate RAM and stuff. Yep. I didn't use. I'm not. I tried switching to CacheOS in early January. I would tend to agree if it wasn't super noob friendly, and I spent way too much time in the goddamn terminal for my liking. My biggest issue was some games not working at all. Satisfactory. Really. Come to find out, for some games, you really need to format your drive to the Linux file system. Because no matter what I did, which version Proton I tried, it wouldn't boot, at least from what I found after looking it up. I was dual booting with Windows 11 since I do need Excel and Word for work. LibreOffice Calc just ain't it, especially when I need to use VBA macros and share these files with coworkers. So I kept my drive, I kept my game drive as NTFS to also play those games that weren't playing nicely on Linux. Apparently, I was nerfing myself doing so. I primarily use Gemini. Let me just make this. I primarily use AI Gemini to help me around it. It worked for the most part. Even was able to somehow replicate with what Lightbulb does on Windows. Using some scripts through the AI worked pretty well. Certainly easier than looking through millions of pages on the wiki or asking questions on Linux forum. Lord knows how hoary bad the Linux community is whenever you have a basic question that has an obscure wiki page that uses terms you've never heard of. Ooh, burning the Linux community here. which explains why you didn't find it in the first place. But then I reached a part where I would try to sudo something in the terminal. It would ask for my password, and suddenly it refused to accept my password. It also happened to me recently, and I was so freaked out. For some reason, the password inside the like I could write my password in another app, and like it was correct. But when I tried in the terminal, for some reason it fucked up, and I had to reboot, and then it was back as normal. I don't know what happened, but it also happened to me recently. Actually, I mean, only once, right? But I remember. That's when I just said, fuck you, how dare a machine question my authority, and gave up. I joke, of course, but yeah, I gave up after that. Ideally, I would want to have a dedicated 2 terabyte SSD for Linux and my games for the optimal experience. Unfortunately, this ain't the right time for that. Prices went up 2-3x in the past handful of months. I would definitely retry when and if I can get my hands on a cheap SSD, probably with Bazite that time around. Ah, yeah, Bazite. People have been recommending Bazite for gaming. Yeah. Okay. Now I read your everything that you sent. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know how heavy it is. I guess you limit the resources the VM can use beforehand. Anyways, the thing is, I would never ever find myself reading about OS like you people are doing with all Linux distributions. Yeah, I mean, that's the weird Linux people here. Yeah, but I understand that regular people that are not crazy like us don't do that usually. Yeah. Don't put me together with them. This is an insult. I'm not a nerd, okay? I actually have a. Nat has a job now. He's officially normal. Also, you are back to being a normie, Nat. You now have a job, so you're a normie now. You people is a joke. I use Linux, by the way. I know he's also a nerd. Not yet. Also, not a furry yet. Sage between parentheses. Actually, I use Windows, by the way. He uses Windows and Linux. Yeah, the stuff with the terminal and sudo passwords happens sometimes. I guess it's some key corruption in the TTY. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. And like, and it took a while for me to realize that it was actually happening because I was like, how am I supposed to fix that, Like, so, I opened another terminal and, every time I was like, oh, maybe it's me. I'm just typing wrong or whatever. But, like when you type wrong 50 times in a row, 15 times in a row, and in another terminal, when I try to write, my password like in clear, like, yeah, it is correct. I am typing correctly. So yeah, it was fucked up. But I hope I hope it never happens in a way that can fuck up some things, I guess you can always reboot, right? So I guess I hope it's never definitive. But whoa. I mean, I guess that's why you need to have non-corrupted RAM to avoid these kinds of fucked up things, I guess, affecting weird parts of the OS. If I ever would install Linux on a machine, it would be Fedora. Yeah, that's Linus Torvalds OS. He's on Fedora. He says because it's stable enough for him to work with a peace of mind. He says Mint is close to Windows, and it is very good. For Windows is foreign to me. Are you on Chrome OS, Stas? Are you on Chrome OS right now? Ah no, you're on Mac. Sorry, of course. You're on Mac, Taras. You are not on Chrome OS, right? You are on Mac. Yes, I heard good things about Fedora. Yeah. Fedora? Ah, Chrome OS and Mac. Ah, yeah, you are dual wielding. This is such an unusual dual booting or dual use OS. It's funny, but I can understand how where it comes from actually, where it comes from, because yeah, like in a way, Chrome OS is like a light, more minimalistic and maybe slightly shittier, I guess, Mac OS. You know, like it's a less beefy version of, you know, because it's also streamlined. It's just that it's just less robust, and it's not featureful as featureful as Mac, and the ecosystem of apps and stuff is very low. I mean, I guess there's the Chrome App Store, the Chrome, the Google Play Store, but like there's not a lot of people shipping apps for Chrome OS, you know. Um, but it is minimalistic, I guess, at least. Mac I was forced to use for work from 2017. Oh, really? You were forced to use Mac? Wow. I was using Fedora for a year in college, circa 2012. Oh, that's funny. In a way, you were lucky to be forced to use Mac. That's funny. There's not many companies that do that. Are there people that use Chrome OS by choice, like installing it on their PC, replacing the original OS? Yeah, I'm also wondering now. I mean, I guess since Chrome OS is lightweight, maybe it can be used on like old PCs or whatever to bring them back to life, you know, compared to Windows that uses a lot of RAM or something. I guess. I'm not sure. Because like Chrome OS in a way is made almost to work with, like, you know, very weak CPUs and, you know, mobile CPUs or something, right? In like Chromebooks. Chrome OS full experience is only on special hardware. Installed one is not secure and probably not as good. Ah, okay, interesting. If you need lightweight and know how to boot from a USB, then I guess you're capable of using things like Alpine Linux. Yeah, same. I mean, that's what I would do if I had a very very old PC that had like 2 gigabytes of RAM, which I actually have. I have an older ThinkPad that I stopped using. Because I think the HDD got corrupted or something, because it's a very old ThinkPad. Or maybe I corrupted this HDD because I made this ThinkPad as a Bitcoin node for like a year or two. And since the Bitcoin nodes and it was a full node, so it was always writing, like the hard drive was always working all the time. And since it was already a pretty old PC, I guess I just burned my hard drive by the Bitcoin node, like because you know it's always exchanging data with the other nodes around the world, and it's always updating all the latest transactions. So it's writing like 24 hours out of 24. So I think I might have like just, you know, burn through the last few bits of life that it had yet, and so now it's sitting there in my closet. Maybe I could bring it back to life. And I think it had like 4 gigabytes of RAM or 2. I don't remember. It was a bit old. And maybe I could put Alpine, for example. Yeah, I guess that would be reasonable. I don't know what to use it for, so I just do the. Kashi. Ah, ZDNet says CachyOS isn't for beginners, but it's great for those looking to get into Arch Linux. So I guess it's a bit like it's like Omarchi before Omarchi, basically. For, you know, for me. This fast Arch-based Linux distribution aims to, and it's an actual real distro, right? It's not just Arch with extra steps. It's actually a real technical different thing. Similar to Pop OS, I guess. Pop exclamation point underscore OS. Who thought of, like, why would you make a name like that? Pop exclamation point underscore OS. Thank you guys. You did me to forget about CacheOS. Nat, embrace Omarchi right now. You need to install Omarchi now, Nat. Join the cult. Thank you guys. Now I will use Pop OS or Mint. No, you need to use Omarchi. No, March is too hard. I could delete the bash accidentally. Like some people around here. I don't spit at you. How do you say that? I at you, Nat. Voilà. That's my message. That's my message for you. I at you. What did I say? Yeah, fuchsia. Huh? CacheOS is part of the speed. This is a curious choice for the XFS file system. It's not BTRFS, ButterFS. It's a different file system. This is a curious choice for a desktop file system, I argue, because most XFS is a journaling file system designed to put very large files and ensure the system's integrity. In the case of system crashes, XFS has been around since the early 90s and has been employed by large servers and storage array and compared to other Linux distributions. CacheOS doesn't feel faster than Ubuntu, or Fedora, or Kubuntu, or Universal Blue, or Pop OS. However, CacheOS is not slouch. What is slouch? Slouch? What is slouch? To sit, stand, move in a lazy, a drooping way, often with poor posture. He slouched in his chair. Noun, as lazy or drooping posture. She has a bad slouch. Synonyms: hunch, droop, lounge. To anyone not used to comparing operating systems side by side, this Arch-based distribution runs just fine. In fact, certain aspects of CacheOS do show some impressive speed. More on this in a bit. And giving sufficient RAM and CPU, CacheOS performs very well. And with the journalism system, you can rest assured that power outages or accidental shutdowns won't wreck the OS or your files. Anyone who's ever lost data due to the random shutdown understands the importance of this type of assurance. Pre-installed application. Out of the box, you won't find LibreOffice, GIMP, or Thunderbird, whereas in Omarchi, you do have GIMP and all that installed, and LibreOffice, and Spotify, and ChatGPT, and Discord, probably. You also have a base Windows VM shipped with Omarchi, you know? That's pretty cool. You don't have to install it yourself. It's there already. You know, just in case you want to fall back in love with Windows, you can do it from inside Omarchi. Isn't that great? I think this is great. It's so great, guys. This is so crazy. I mean, accidentally while I'm reading the chat and the chat are saying, don't do that, please, we're begging to you. But anyways, I'm just using my imagination here. It's nothing related to someone. But yes, of course not. I'm sure you're not trying to be mean to me, right? Your dear friend, your dear streamer friend. You wouldn't do that to me, right? You're too nice to do that, right? I'm sure. Do they have like several versions of the same article? It's only articles about testing Linux distros? Wow. Sure, dude. We are friends. Yeah, like in Pratfall. We are friends, of course. Throws the light. And then I fall to my death. Voilà. But yeah, just friends. You did that? No, me. You also did it. We both did it. Because we're friends, of course. You know? Voilà. Blah, 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 blah. Mm, 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 mm. Yes, I did too. But just after you. Yeah, but the first time I did not do it intentionally. It was a mistake. And then you did it too. So after that, it was not a mistake. And then after, for you, it was not a mistake also. You know, that's how wars start. You know, like world wars, they just start like this, you know. We just replayed that, man. I rewatched and you and Yannick were talking about me being a new trans girl. Yes, I remember. Yeah, because you tried to use your voice mod, but it didn't go through, and so you were yeah, and so you were just talking normally, and you just say, "I'm Natasha now" with a high pitched voice, and so Yannick and I were just very surprised. Oh, okay, Nat is now trans. Okay, he just decided that. In the last 30 seconds. Great, you know? Great, And then you activated the voice mode, and then it was like, oh, okay, it makes sense. Yes. That's funny. I hate the stream voice chat. I need to make a clip of this, I need to make a clip of this. I don't have the reflex to take the clips. I need to have the reflex. No, you don't. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Implemented the working change. I just discovered that. I just discovered what you can do if your terminal bugs and not accepting the password. You can press Ctrl Alt 1 to 9 and switch the TTI input. Ah, yes. Actually, I discovered the TTY stuff because I had problem like my motherboard, or there was a weird interaction between like the KVM of my monitor and the motherboard and Omarchi. And like when I suspended and I went back to the lock screen, I couldn't type for some reason, but I could access the TTY by doing Control Alt and 123 129. Yeah, and then I would reboot. So yeah, now I know these two. Control Alt. It's a bit like the Control Alt TTY stuff is in a way it's the Linux or the Arch, I guess, equivalent of Control. On Windows it's like Control Alt Delete, right? Something like this. Like where you get out of the session and you can assess what's going on when the PC is frozen or something. Right? It seems to me like that because you have access to a terminal, right? So you can just input commands to reboot or something. Also, you didn't tell me that my microphone was duplicating my voice. With when you were using the voice mod, yes, I did tell you, but I'm not sure if I was very clear. I told you that but it was only when you were using the voice mod. You were the voice mod. It's like I could hear your real voice and the mod voice, but I was not sure. It's just that I was not sure if it was voice mod bugging or your voice in the game. You know, like I was not sure if it was because of the game, if it was because of Steam, if it was because of a voice mod. I didn't know. But I tried to tell you, but I was not. I don't know. You can do that too if your screen are black. Oh, oh yes, because the Steam voice unmuted for a while. Ah, maybe. When I changed the mic on Steam, it unmuted. Ah, that's why. Yeah, so maybe Steam was feeding into the wrong mic or not the voice mode output, right? Yeah, I guess that's what happened. Because I still heard your voice mode voice, though, after. But yeah, also mixed with your real voice. I'm not sure how it worked. Well, does it work? Does everything work? Petit glyph. Main first no, attends, let me go back to 5.3. My first panel should be named home, not welcome. Why Pop! OS have this Ubuntu ugly interface? Pop! OS interface. Is it because it's not Arch? Yeah, but I guess it's customizable, right? But yeah, I don't know. Or is it really Pop! OS or is it just like KDE or I don't know how that works. I just know that I am on Wayland Hyperland. That's all. That's all I know. Pop. Info. I'm so surprised at how cold my component temperatures are. To me, this is crazy, you know? To have a CPU that is running at less than 80 degrees most of the time, to me, this is crazy. This is crazy. You know, I'm always so shocked at this. It's because I only had laptops, and of course, the laptops, thermally speaking, it's horrible. Of course. Oh wait, it fixed the glyph's vertical aspects, right? Because before it was a bit, yeah. Oh damn! Right. Now it's correct. Before it was not correct. Now it's correct. Was it GPT 5.5 that did that? Oh, so nice. So nice. So cool. Now it's actually the good proportions, right? Like when I look at my feedback, yeah, this is right. This is actually correct. Attends, let me just take a screenshot real quick. I just need to compare the OpenAI logo. OpenAI logo. No, it's still a bit. It's not tall enough. It's. I need it slightly taller. It's still a bit too wide. Still a bit too wide. Because like the Copilot, for example, is pretty good, I think. Copilot. GitHub Copilot logo. Yeah, it's still a bit wide. It's too wide. Right? Huh? What are your... wait, oh, wait, you... I mean, I guess this is normal laptop is just fucked. Yeah, the laptop. How are your temps? Laptop 80 degrees opening YouTube. PC 10 degrees opening 10,000 Chrome tabs. Damn, 10 degrees? Wow, it's like Nat, your airflow is so good on your PC that your PC is below ambient temperatures in Brazil. This is crazy. Damn. No wonder you were doing a stream building a PC because like you are literally a god, you know, in airflow and stuff to cool your components. We don't talk about this, okay? Why not? I need to buy good fans. Is your PC full of dust? I thought it's clean. In this moment, I keep my CPU case opened because I don't have a good airflow. I mean, you have like 30 cores, so that checks out. Such all those nice cores, and you don't want to do any compiling with them, Saj. But the temps are good though. CPU 50 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Celsius, and GPU too. That's not that bad. All of them are used to open my Java Tomcat servers, Saj. Yeah, but it's because my case is open. Maybe you need like a big server fan. Maybe you just need a big server fan. Yeah, so it's slightly too wide. Ooh la la, I need to compact. I need to compact. I have 31. usage and 34 weekly. 34 weekly for 2 days. There's 2 days left. Maybe it will be a bit too short, but then I will fall back to my Gemini. That is slightly dumber, but at least it works. You know, I can use it. I need the width of, like, I need the ASCII preview of the glyphs in the two glyphs panel to be slightly less, be slightly more. I mean, how can I say that? Extended vertically, like 10-20%. Right now, the logos are slightly what do you say? Wider than their real counterparts. Please, how could you fix that? Explain before doing. Maybe you just need to remove the Windows bloat. Do you see that, Yannick? Petit reader message as we are nerds? Yes. No, my mint is hot too. Yeah, but we know that, Nat. Your mint makes you very attractive, of course. Your mint is hot. Is mint your girlfriend? Is that why you don't want to delete it? Yes. That's what brings all the girls to Nat's yard, you know? It's the mint, the Linux mint. Linux mints bring all the girls to my yard, to the yard. And they're like, it's better than Arch. And we're like, it's better than Arch. And I guess you, but I have to start. And then going to the girls to Linux mint print all the bring all the girls to the yard. And they're like, it's better than Arch. And right? It's better than, yeah. You know? The distortion is coming from the two-way preview renderer, not from clip generation itself. In 2 2 car wide, already available, already halves available widths. Compensate. That's a fixed assumption. How I fix? Keep ask. Add an aspect compensation constant in preview lines. Narrower. Apply to the effective preview. Yes, apply that. When is the general anniversary? The 13th of May. The 13th of May is the channel anniversary. And I can't see because... Why is there... Huh? 17? What? Ah, it's the week number. Yeah, I can't check the... Bon, too bad. Can I change this? Okay. Linux Mint bring all the girls to the yard. And they're like, it's better than Windows. And I'm like, it's better than CashOS. And they're like, it's better than Arch. No, it's not better than Arch. Arch is the best. Even with pre-configured scripts, like when I use Omarchi, it's still Arch, by the way, what did I change here? Ah, yeah, this. Maybe now it's correct. Is it correct? Right? Right? It's correct, right? Hmm? Yeah, no, it's correct. It's correct. OpenAI. It's completely correct. I think. Yeah. 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 Mhm. Mhm. Yo, 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 yo. Okay, now it's good. Mm. Is there like a fatter version? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Yeah, but at least the proportion are roughly correct. Yeah, it's okay. Nice. So now, what do I want to do? Refactor. Make TUI home. TUI is now hosting like projects, scanning, create project name. Oh. The hole looks really smaller. Yeah, I don't know why, but I guess it's good enough. It doesn't need to be. I guess I just chose a weird logo. Also, I think it's weird that some logos are like are like because here some are like lifted up and some take more space. But I guess I would like if the logo is like more wider than taller, I would like it to be centered actually. Yeah. When it comes to the management of the blank space of the processed icons images into the glyphs and the previews too. I would like the logos to be centered right now when a logo like the GitHub Copilot logo here, when the logo is wider than taller, is like more wide than tall, it's pushed up or down depending on final glyph look or ASCII preview. So I'm very dumb, and this is why I'm asking this, but why exactly are you doing this again? I mean, I know it's a visual stuff, but you will do some kind of open code stuff or a package or something like this? Open source, yeah. Yes, I'm doing this because I want to add, first because I think this is a cool utility for TUIs, and I want to do lots of TUIs in the near future. So this is pretty useful to see logos, to write logos in a TUI interface without having to support the Kitty graphics protocol, which is very specific to Kitty graphics protocol compatible terminals. And I want to be wider than that in terms of compatibility. And yeah, I want to maximize compatibility when it comes to showing logos on the TUI that I'm going to make. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it. And so yeah, I will use this into my other projects that will involve TUIs. So yeah, that's why I'm doing this. And this is a purely visual, yeah. It's just for clarity. It's just to not have to in this tool, the logos are not actually there. So I put some placeholders that are not actually relevant, and I don't like that. So I just wanted something, customizable. And also, it's a good starter project to start shipping TUIs that are not too ambitious, I guess, and that I can ship quickly enough, and I can understand how they work, and it's just to have some experience basically making TUIs in more way than once. I don't like that. I need the logo to be centered. I need the logo to take as much space inside the glyph character space to not waste any space, but without stretching the logo itself. If the logo is specifically taller or wider on one aspect, on one dimension, I want it to be centered. Implement this. Got it. Yeah. Because basically I don't have a lot of experience with TUIs, so I'm trying to find something that works correctly. So I need to test. I need to experiment with different things. Font status. In the font status card of panel 3 font, make sure on each line, on each green line, there is an indicator with a little check mark with like installed to make sure it's clear to the users what those paths are referring to. And in a way, I could also theoretically, I guess, since in TUIs it's all monospace, right? I could even make like multi-line logos. You know, like we do on Twitch with like the one emote that takes several glyphs, right? I could also do that. Oh my god, now I want to do it. Oh fuck. Fuck, I want to do it now. I love Pop OS. You could download Pop OS, you know. Yes, I know. But I love Omarchi more. Sorry, Nat. My love for Omarchi is already unconditional. Sorry. My Linux heart is already taken. My Linux heart is already taken. I've already installed Omarchi on all of my PCs, okay? I now have 3 laptops and they all have Omarchi now. I formatted everything. It's all Omarchi now. Cringe. It's all Omarchi and it's beautiful. What did I want to do? Did we that? What do you like in Pop OS, Nat? Because I've heard about Pop OS, but I've never heard something specific. I heard, I heard, I heard the drivers are good on Pop OS, and I heard Yannick say that it's very unstable now. So I don't know. It's very easy, and I love it. Did you install it already, or are you just watching videos right now? Wait, what? Um, yeah. Arch is also very easy, by the way. No, I'm just watching videos. Okay. No. Now you need to stop LARPing and start trying. Yes, I know I will try Popeye soon. I'm just very lazy. Why not Catchy? Or Fedora? Milady? Milady? Catchy, Fedora I don't liked. I do not like. Or I did not like for the past. CashOS have some annoying problems. Like PopOS. PopOS doesn't have that problems. Now Nat, look, Nat has watched a 5 minutes video about PopOS. Now he's an expert, okay? So you need to just trust him about it, okay? Now PopOS doesn't have any problems. So I trust you, Nat. If you say that PopOS doesn't have any problems, I trust you, okay? I trust you, Nat. Huh? What? What the fuck? Hmm? For example, CacheOS, I need to update from scratch because I don't have automatic updates. And even worse, if some error happens, we have high possibilities, it can make my screen black and I need to run my PC on the terminal to fix. Can I do this? Probably yes, but do I want to do this? Probably no. Are you watching like a video where the guy says, here's why CacheOS sucks and why PopOS is the best? You know? Because this is very specific. You can make your own automatic updates. It just updates when you want it to. Well, are you running CacheOS right now, Yannick? Or are you still on Arch? I know because CacheOS is Arch actually, so I guess that's why. Right? Just update when you want it to. If you want it to treat you like Windows, you can run a bash scripts at startup with that what will update every hour and restart your PC 2 seconds before you press save. Yes. No, I'm looking for videos that are saying good things about both and also search on the internet some common errors. Okay. Okay, nice. Very cool. Very cool. No, but Kashi is the exact same as Arch. Ah, yeah. Just a different kernel. Plus bloat. So Kashi is a bit bloated, even though it's theoretically faster. It's a bit bloated. Do you think? Is it your opinion? Because I have no opinion on CashOS or Pop. Huh? I have no opinion. So Yannick, I'm searching for fresh takes on CashOS and PopOS. Do you think that CashOS is bloated, sir? Sir, do you think that CashOS is bloated, sir? Please answer. Please answer my question. Please answer my question. Yes. All of those distros come with a weird pre-installed shit like Discord and Steam. Oh yeah, I mean, do they? That's a nice sign for me. Just like Omarchi. Even though now, actually, in Omarchi, they added an option to not include all the bloat, all the pre-shipped stuff. So at least they are starting to become more like a real distro. CacheOS is very good and beautiful, but it's too hard. can broke the cache OS very easily. And I don't like this. Pop OS is simple. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Mais still GitHub logo is still visibly lower, not centered. What's going on? What's going on? Does your change apply to SVGs? SVG images. Investigate. Report before acting. 26%. 26%. Bon, I'm going to stop soon, so it's okay. You can break plus is based on Ubuntu. This is not so true, actually. It's harder than CassioS to break, but CassioS I can broke with an update, which is not common. Which is not a common thing on PopOS. Can happen, yes, but not that common, like a CassioS, ShashiOS. Interesting. This is not so common, like ShashiOS. I confirmed that SVG, no, but I want hard evidence on this specific icon. I'm now generating the preview and PNGs and measuring its actual not empty pixel bound to see whether the build clip data is centered and whether the offset is only in O2 presentation. I can also check that myself, actually. No, I can't. Petit glyph. I can't. Copilot. Copilot. And copilot is the copilot icon itself is centered. So why? How is it not centered on the output? That's so weird. I don't know. Findings from the investigation. Yes, the centering change applies to SVGs. Centered in a generated bitmap. I rebuilt and measured. We still look low in panel 2. The previous two renders from the full square glyph canvas, which includes those internal top-bottom margins for wide logos. And that block is placed after metadata lines, so visually the logo can feel lower even when the glyph itself is centered. My previous rendering in preview lines had no visible effect for this specific icon, because the source glyph bounds were already centered. If you want, next step is to change only preview rendering to fit to the thresholded content bounds at the full and center inside this preview space. Yes, do that. Yeah, because I don't want to change. especially if it's already centered. It's just that if it's not centered, bon. First, let's fix the preview, then maybe we'll fix the glyph. We'll see. It's also not common on Arch. A Ubuntu update can also mess your system up. And also, you'd have to use apt. Resting beach face. And apt or apt is way less cooler than yai, because yai is extremely kawaii and positive. It's yay, you know. You are very excited and happy when you update your OS. When you say yay, yay in the terminal, you are so happy. You know, you're like, yay! I'm going to compile Chromium for 2 hours. Yay! That's so great! Oh my god, I'm so happy! I'm so happy. Apt install Arch, am I right? What is the problem with apt? I use apt. I use on Mint too. Yes. Apt install Arch. Can you actually do that? Is there like is this real? You can't, huh? It's very beta. You could even argue Omega. Apt in Portuguese is the abbreviation to apartment, so it's good too. It's like winning an apartment all the time that you install. Wow, damn. Wow, that's also pretty nice, even compared to Yai. You know, you have your own lore. Damn, I'm impressed. Let's keep review in panel 2 now. Use threshold compound. I'm a beta Yannick. At most, I would be a sigma, never an alpha or omega. Wow. By the way, I saw in a stream somebody a reference that I didn't have. What is the reference behind sigma L? What does sigma L mean? Is that a name, like a specific reference of the zoomers or the alphas that I don't know about? Is it belonging to the 6-7 Labubu Dubai chocolate lore? You know? I'm not sure. Omega isn't a good thing. The omega in the Yannick, let me ask you a technical question. In the omega verse, is the omega the designation of the submissive furry animal humans hybrids, or are they just called betas or something else? Sigma L, yeah. What does Sigma L mean? I have no idea. But please answer my question about the omega verse, please. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Furry animals? I don't know what kind of Omegaverse you're on. Isn't it the Omegaverse about that? I forgot. Is it? Oh, the Omegaverse is not with furries? Maybe I'm confusing. Maybe, you know, I'm making my own thing in my head. I don't think so. Ah, yeah, no. I guess I'm confused because the process that they're referring to is like the animal process of like being hot, you know, like being heated or something, right? Or something like that. I don't remember. It's been too long. I don't remember the proper vocabulary for the Omegaverse. Ah, yes, in heat. Yeah, right? There's something like that in heat. So I thought in heat, animals, furries, maybe they have like a tail or something. but yeah, maybe not. It's just my wild imagination at work here. But now it's too tall, no? Well, at least now it's. Isn't it too tall now? Wait a minute. Oh, is it? No, it's too tall. Like crazy. Yeah, now they changed it again. Now it's too tall. Oh. Okay, but it changed the preview sizing of the ASCII thingies. Now the logos are too tall, like scaled on the y-axis too much. Bring them back down as they were before. Not sure if the change here affected the width of the preview processing something. Omegaverse, why do you hate all my Linuxes, Yannick? Maybe you hate me too. No. In this stream, nobody hates anyone, right? Wow. I just assumed there was not going to be a sexual thing on the first page of this Wikipedia, right? Maybe I was wrong to assume that, but that's why I assumed. Thank God it's only a wolf. Because you know there are other Wikipedia pages where there are very sexual photos, right? Alpha, beta, omega is a subgenre and a dominance hierarchy among humans. Voilà, alphas are neutral. The betas are neutral. And the submissive omegas. Yeah, so the omegas are the submissive ones. Okay. In the omega. But then what do the betas do? Like, they just chilling in between? Like, you know? I need some explanation. I cannot find myself either a regular human beings or as a mix of alpha and omega traits, all their unique traits. Yeah, so the betas are just normal humans as we have in our world, and the alphas, socially dominant, physically built, short-tempered, and a natural leader, just like me, basically. And omega, submissive and gentle, calm, and a peacemaker. Well, you know, that's just how it is. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So why did I look at this? I forgot. I don't remember. Would you say you are Linux Omega? I don't even know what is an Omega. Omega is within the lore of the Omegaverse. The Omega is a submissive person. I thought you were macho, not so. Are you sure? Ah, voila. It's back to normal now. But now the fucking copilot. But now the Copilot logo is back at the bottom with some empty space above it. Can you just create a small, like, post process of the preview that just get rid of any line that is empty without any pixel ASCII preview glyph present. That should be easy to do, right? God damn it. That's not that hard. Ah. I didn't pay attention. I was crying because you hate me. Wow. I can't read with my eyes full of water, you know? Wow. Don't be sad, Nat. Don't be crying, Nat. Nat, don't cry. Even though crying does make you a real Omega, though. So in a way, you know, if we maybe cry, that's in character, you know? That's conforming to the role play. You know, like, I don't know. Maybe that's what you want. You know, I'm very sensitive. Yeah. It's hard to be the only straight guys nowadays. I know that. You're just an omega straight, you know. It happens sometimes. Everyone wants to put me down saying I'm a beta or I'm a omega. And or I cannot even cry because I need to be macho. Wow. This must be so hard for you, Nat. You are the only gay around. So hard to be the only the only straight among the gays. So hard. You can be a straight omega if you want. Yeah, you can be a straight omega, you know, for sure. Like, you know, it's possible. It's totally possible. I use more for you post process, blah blah blah. They remove any rendered ASCII row with no pixel. Okay, thank you. Please. Generated from clips are unchanged. Voilà. Eh ben. Eh ben. That's all I wanted. That's not that hard, my dear Codex. Hmm? Okay. Now compact, and I need. I want the little check marks here. Here. If I just delete that. And I rebuild. Mm-hmm. Mm. No. I guess if it's already installed, this button should turn into reinstall or something. Active. New project. I can create another project even though it's already. New project, petit glyph. Wait, what? Eh? Oh, HGKL. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I need the arrows. AGKL. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. What is the menu? Let's just try this first. What's so sussy? The straight omega, I think. The straight omega is sussy. So sussy. I don't know. You know, Petit, you could do a 3D logo run on the terminal. A 3D logo. Run on the terminal, spinning the logos, you know? Do it, Petit. Yes, I could also do that. I could do so many things. Yes. I create one glyph per animation. Oh my god. One glyph per animation. Then I just, you know, dude. Yes, 3D. One glyph per like frame. And then I just refresh the frames, you know? Especially since these 2E frameworks like Ratatouille it's the Rust it's the Rust framework. Rust 2E framework. It can easily manage the partial refreshes and stuff. Partial re-rendering. So I could do that, you know? That would be so cool. You imagine? You open my TUI and you see the logo 3D turning and stuff. Damn. But I do need to generate a 3D render of that. But I'm sure that it could be done, you know? Especially with Blender and an LLM. I'm sure I could do that. But now it's a 1 month project. It's not a 1 week project, you know? But that would be so cool though. That would be so cool. Oh fuck. You know, and I can also do big logos. I just generate, you know, the big glyphs and I just print like a 3x3 or something. Wow. Now I'm excited. Now it's exciting. Oh my fucking god. And nobody does that. Nobody has that in their mind. I'm the only one with the weird glyph font, custom font glyph stuff, animation stuff right now. You know? I'm the only one that's gonna be my startup. That's gonna be my startup. I'm gonna make millions with this. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Do it, Petit. Yes. It's gonna be crazy. Oh. What did I want to do? Ah, yeah. Ah, voilà. Install. Yes. Okay. Okay, now I have another problem. When the input field for the font name is selected, the HJH JKL moves are still active. So when I'm trying to write L, it goes to the right instead of writing L in the input field. I guess I need to press enter to focus the input field and disable temporarily the HJKL motions to properly be able to type in the input field. Implement the fix. Add a little gray. Press enter to type or something standard and understandable. Also in the future, put a function that you will accept the user, put the blender of whatever inside something, and then you will do the thing run as an icon, and also in the terminal, yeah, and you will do the down resolution version like a pixel art with your intelligent, and then the user will do a lot of customized icon in 3D. This is the future this is the future terminal. If you do this, I will install Arch. Really? Even better. Omarchi. Wow. I thought you hated using the terminal. Plus Arch. Wow. It's because the terminal is in 3D and now I understand everything. Wow. So if I make the terminal become 3D, you will install Arch and also? Both and Arch? Damn. I will do it now. Just so that you can install and Arch. That would be so great. Yes, you will made the terminal too. That's how I will make that's how I will name it. The second terminal, because there's never been a second terminal before, you know? There is a third terminal, and now there will be terminal 2.0. Oh yes. That's right. But it's not a promised, by the way, because I trust too much on you. Alex, you should call your own terminal emulator. Yes. That's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do. This is easy to you. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. I will do it. I will do it. Make your own Linux. Yes. Petarchi. Petarchi. Petit Poua Arch Linux. Petarchi. It's amazing because in French, you know, like péter is to fart. So Petarchi is like the greatest sounding name of all, you know? It's like fartarchi. In French, it sounds like fartarchi or something. It's great. Petarchi. Oh, yes. Needs to be petit poarchi. Petit poarchi. Petit parchi. No, petarchi is great. Petarchi. Oh, yes. 3D terminal. Every logo is a glyph. Yeah. Fart art. Yeah. Pété. Pété in French is to fart. So petarchi. It's like, whoa. The logo will be like, the whoosh emoji. Is there a fart emoji? Fart emoji. I mean, yeah, this emoji, you know. Voilà. This will be the logo, you know. Petarchi. Amazing. The logo, the resting beach face, yeah. Also, could also. But I think this one, you know. Petarchi. Oh yes. The RBF logo with the fart behind. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. That's right. In 3D spinning. Yes. But you know, I'm sure that if I do that, people will enjoy it, huh? Because you know that's crazily specific. So I'm sure nobody wants to like thinks about doing this, but as soon as they see it, they will be like, oh, you know. I'm actually going to do that. I think. Yeah. 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 Oh, that's great. You know, like this is the kind of thing, the kind of project that you don't think about, but when you see it, you're like, oh, I want to test, you know, I want to, I don't know, you know, to do something. And I'm wondering if we can even like use some AI, you know, to not even have to interact with 3D files, for example, you know, because that's the annoying thing. Like if you have to actually like to make the stuff turn around, you need to like download Blender, open Blender, know Blender, you know, like create a 3D asset. That's annoying. Maybe you know, like nowadays the LLMs, you know, like the image generation models are used to do like video game assets, right? Like pixel art, characters, turning, whatever. I'm sure we could use those models to do, you know, to like quickly generate something, and then you could just need to put like an API key, and then it's automatically generating or something. You know, that would be cool. Not sure if it's possible. That would be so cool. You know, like you put a logo. You ask like one AI to like make a 3D version, right? Like for example, if I go to tiens, let's look. ChatGPT has a new image model yesterday. Um, for example, GitHub Copilot. Um, let's say like a you know like a very simple logo, you know, like black and white. Make this a logo 3D. Get rid of the frame. Just keep the center logo on a white background in 3D form on a white background. It's an arch for French people that like farts. Yes, exactly. That would be that. If she can do 3D, yes. I mean, I'm not sure, so I want to try because they have a brand new image generator. Yeah, look, it's not so. It's pretty okay, right? So yeah, copy, and so now, okay, now generate this 3D logo, but rotated maybe not because wait 90 degrees. So 45 degrees. 45. Where is my degrees? I forgot. Degree. Where is my degree? I always forget where are my degrees on this layout. Where did I put my degrees? My degrees? I didn't put them anywhere. Degrees. My degrees. Oh. Oh yeah, no, they're just here. They're actually here. I know. Oh, it doesn't work. Ah, maybe I need French. French. No. Oh, well, even in French, it doesn't work. Hmm. Yeah, so I can't have degrees. Degrees. Voilà. Yeah, 1/4. Yeah, could also do say that. Now, but rotated 44 degrees. Uh, like, what do you say? Like, rotated like a top, like a tabletop. Like, how do I? Um, as if it was rotating on its no. How do you how do you describe that? It's rotating. It's turning around, right? Yeah, it's turning around as if on a presentation stand. Do not make a presentation stand just for indication's sake. Let's try. Because it can be rotated. Ah, maybe I should have said like no. In 3D terms, is there a way like rotated on its x-axis? Maybe I should have said, right? Because x, y, and z. So voila, rotated on the x-axis. Nice. Now 45 degrees more. Continuation of the movement of the rotation. Now fully on its side. Now continue the rotation now. Almost like We can only see the side now. Right? It kind of works, huh? Well, it's just that I have to generate like 10 different images, of course. But, you know, could be... Well, I guess, you know, of course, with the 3D... With the 3D... With the 3D asset... 3D software, it would be more like regular. Okay. Now 85 degrees more. We need to see the back now. So will it handle correctly the back? Because like, of course, you know, I don't know how the back looks like. Nobody knows, but he has to know now. He has to infer that. We'll see if it's a good model. We'll see if it's a good model or not. Ah, sad. Nope. Nope. Not a good model. Aye, aye, aye. No, 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 no. I can't attach like. Yup. No, no, no. Describe edits. Wrong shape. We basically need this orientation, but the back of that being preserving the shape, but being, I guess. But there's also one thing that I could do is just invert all of those and make the other side. But that would not, I guess that would be, bon, that I could do that. So it means that it would just be 8 frames. Oh, yeah, you know, it was, I could also just invert those and it would make 8 frames, so 4 in one sense and inverted for the other 8 frames, and that would make a full loop, right? But I really want to see if it can just do a good job. Being flat because the back of a 3D logo is just flat. Usually. Let's see if we can do something about it. Yeah, because he took that as the last step, and so he forgot everything that was before. Interesting. So it means that ChatGPT, when you ask it to change the image, it just remembers the last one. Interesting. So here I gave it back this one. Maybe it's going to do a good job. But at the same time, maybe the 3D logo can be just the same on both sides, like a coin. Yeah, yeah, but there's no. Well, the holes have disappeared. Okay. You forgot the holes for the glasses of the logo. Yeah. So I guess the strategy is just do the logo like just turn up to the sides and then just invert that for the other side. Yeah, I guess that's I could do that. Make it on Blender. Yeah, but on Blender, it would take so much more time than doing this. Like 5 prompts and I have 4 image and then 8. I just invert those. Like it's way faster this way. You know? Just put the logo in Blender or Photoshop, then you can multiply the layers. And you can do a false 3D. Yeah, but I don't know how to do that in Blender. I don't know how to use Blender in 3D. I mean, I used to, but I forgot everything. Then put the Z direction. Yeah, I mean, I know how it can be done. It's just that I have no memory of how to use the Blender interface. So I will have to spend 6 hours just watching tutorials, right, to remember how it works. So I would just prefer doing that. I don't know yeah, you know? Well, I guess it's like semi okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe I can try, you know? Maybe I can like try. Yeah. Maybe I'm going too deep into this. Maybe I'm trying to like maybe I should limit I should control myself because this is maybe too, it's getting out of hand. I did explicitly home input that updated home key handling and turn it on. Okay. Just added the music inline hint text. I mean, I think I could do the multi-line. I think I could do the multi-line logo at least. Like it's just that instead of having one glyph, I have several. I just have several, but I need a map. I need like a JSON file or whatever to indicate how to properly use. It's possible, huh? I'm sure it's possible. Voila. Oh, oh, it crashes when I get. Ooh. Oh, it crashes. When the typed characters in the active input field reach, I mean, good. Now I can type HJQL without switching, without triggering the UI motions. But now when the type character is active reach the end of the input field, it doesn't yeah, it's like I need to reinvent web UI basically. It doesn't scroll. How is it called in web view in web when you scroll past it in CSS? How do you call that in CSS? Um, fuck. Visible. No. No. Visible. Wait. I need to reinvent web dev basically. CSS visible input field. Overflow. Yeah, thank you. 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 It doesn't it doesn't do the overflow. behavior as you would expect in a web page, for example. So yeah, I need to implement that, I guess. Just check online if there's not already a Ratatouille library or something to do that cleanly. Otherwise, do your own. Go search and report. Don't implement that yet. Wait, the input is not overflow. Overflow is when you don't want to show the rest of the page, for example. Yes. Yes. Yes, I mean, here, when I am inside this field, when I am inside this field, you see, when I reach the border, the right border, I want the text to scroll, right? And I want the overflow of the scrolling, the first characters, to be hidden, right? But here it doesn't work. It just crashes. Yeah, I want scroll and overflow. Voilà, overflow, scrolling, input behavior. He's searching the web to tell me what I should do. Found solid candidates. I'm now cross-checking them against your current project dependencies so I can give you a recommendation. Hihi. Is it the hihi emoji? I forgot this one. Yeah, it's the double hihi. It's the Bobby Monster double hihi. You are doubling down on your hihi, Yannick. You're not only hihiing, you are double hihiing. The power of your hihi is now demultiplied. I can't help it looking at all the rust. Yes, I can totally understand your urge to hihi. This is totally understandable. Rust? Yeah, my framework I'm using is Rust. Ratatouille is Rust. Do you like Rust? Would you like to get introduced with our Lord and Savior Rust, Nat? I never read any code in Rust, I guess. Well, it's actually pretty readable, you know, especially if you compare it to C++, for example, or C. It's actually like, it just reads like a modern language. You know, it's very similar to Python, to JavaScript, you know. It's very familiar, you know. It's just that it has a lot of specificities about it. But the way it looks, it's actually pretty cool. Like, coming from Python and JavaScript, I'm not lost looking at Rust, you know, because it's actually a modern and standard language. So it's pretty cool, you know. I'm way more comfortable looking at Rust code than looking at C++ code, for example. C++ code, I'm not sure what's going on, but Rust code is okay. You know, let me show you. Let me show you. Voilà, this is Rust code. You know? This is voilà, this is a Rust function. Nat. C++ is very readable, but not for me. You know? Voilà. This is a Rust function here. You should, but only after you install Arch. Yes, you cannot code in Rust if you haven't installed Arch first. Okay, and if you haven't ordered the programming socks and the anime waifu pillow. Voilà. Once you've done that, you can code in Rust. Yeah. For some reason, look a little bit with it looks a little bit with Python for me. You need to give Arch a try in your VM. Yannick is always like pushing. By the way, Arch. Oh yeah, let's talk. Why you need to see me suffer? Nat, I need to lead you the way to success. Yes. Alors, finding from research, Ratatouille itself does not provide a built-in text input handling overflow behavior. You handle events yourself. The official Ratatouille user input example explicitly points to two input or two-way text area for richer text entry. For your current project, Ratatouille 0.29, to input is a strong fit for a single line field. It exposes a visual cursor and visual scroll specifically for horizontal flow scroll behavior. Version and compatibility matters. TUI input depends on Ratatouille 0.29. To input latest 0.15 depends on Ratatouille 0.30 would require upgrading Ratatouille. TUI Texteria 0.7 also supports Ratatouille 0.29, has auto scrolling as a single line example. Auto scrolling, but it is heavier than needed for one simple input. Ratatouille input exists, but its docs currently marks it under construction and it depends on an older Ratatouille. No. For exact use case, use TUI input pinned to 0.14. Okay, but at the same time, I would like to find a good TUI input TUI lib library for all my TUI, my future TUI project. Even if they become a bit more complex. Is TUI input the good tool for that? I barely know how to use the main terminal. I'm a loser. Yes, because you don't need to. Arch is like being dropped in the Pacific and not knowing how to swim, but in a fun way. You need to see your fun concepts, Yannick. It's a suffering in a way you learn from it. And if you read the fucking manual, it will show you how to swim. That's right. The manual here being the Arch Wiki, the greatest encyclopedia on the entire internet. And then you can swim to Brazil too. Yeah, you can swim all over the world. The Arch Wiki will be your boat, and the internet will be your ocean. Or no, the Linux OS will be your ocean. Short answer is a good default for single line inputs, but not the best only input tool for future complex TUIs. Best practical strategy. Two input. Input style. Fast, clean, horizontal overflow, visual, chewy texturia, ratatouille texturia. When you reach your editing, multi-line selection, undo, redo, auto-scrolling, custom key maps. Well, let me look. Let me look at that. Text area. Multi-line editor widget for chewy and ratatouille. Ratatata. I know I can learn. Then you know the point. The point is I want to do a lot of things than just install a simple thing and change. Just to change a line in my bash. Then so no. I prefer just opening the bash on Sublime code and I can change. Damn, he's using Sublime. Whoa. That's the real macho here showing, you know? He's still using Sublime. Damn. Nat, sorry, but using Sublime is too straight, too macho. Sorry. We can't accept you here. Instead, I use the terminal to do that. You can, even with no GUI, you can use cat or nvim and use pacman. All the things that you have on Arch, I have on Mint. I just don't use. Sublime is by text program. Not pacman. Yeah. You don't have a pacman. Sublime is your text program, really? Interesting. Because like I know that before VS Code was a thing, lots of people were using Sublime to code. I remember. Damn, there's Emacs shortcuts. Wow. We are truly in Rust land here, guys. There are Emacs shortcuts. Look at this. this is the real deal. We are in Emacs territory around here. This is very, very, very disturbing. Editor, simple text editor to edit multiple files. Wow. Oh, wow. Two split text area in the screen, switch them. An example for multiple text area instances. Oh, that's pretty cool. Passwords. So that's two text area, and there's also two input. Saya. Oh no, the two input library supporting multiple backends. This script can be used with TUI RS and Ratatouille. Ratatouille. Ratatatatata. Ah yeah, Ratatouille is the new TUI RS. Also, you can just like, you can use just like VS Code too, but I don't use in general. I like VS Code. I use for simple stuff like static pages, so it's very good. Because Pacman is good. Arch is well documented and very well supported. You have all the software and rolling releases. Mint 2 Yannick. Popos 2. Popos. Nat is going to install Popos. I hope you will be happy with Popos. Popos. No, because it uses Debian, and that's bad enough in itself. Why is Debian bad? Ubuntu, sorry. Why is Ubuntu bad? Popos. Very bloated, corporate, and comes with spyware. Yeah, this is true. That's actually why. Like, originally, I intended to go on Ubuntu or Mint. But then I discovered, like, Ubuntu as a fucking corporate-driven app store or something. I was like, wait, what? You know? I didn't know that Ubuntu was actually managed by like a company. And it turns out that yes, it's actually like Ubuntu is actually way closer to Windows than you would think originally. You know, like you would think that Ubuntu would be this open source thing that, you know, people contribute to, like most Linux distro, right? But no, actually, it's actually fully, you know, owned by a company. It's it surprised me when I learned about this. I don't care about this thing. Fedora is also managed by MIT. Oh, I didn't know. You know, Fedora is managed by MIT. Okay, government already know about all I know about me. Yes, you should. Not the government. Your ass is being sold by companies. Yes, I know. But at the same time, you know, what a beautiful ass. Who wouldn't want to sell Nat's ass? You know, that's pretty logical when you think about it. Is that like that complex that it needs to? Because it doesn't seem to be, you know, is that worth having a dependency? Is TUI input that complex and specific that it needs to be a dependency? Dependency comes with a constraint. Oh, what did I do here? Oh, I launched my music without checking, without wanting. Surprise music! Surprise! Surprise! It's the music. The dependency come with a constraint. Compatibility extra. Bo! Ah, yeah, this one is way louder. Damn, I was surprised. I was shocked. Is it worth it to use it, or should we just re-implement to re-input for our own purposes better over the long term? It's hard to explain something about you. Why? Input looks simple, but correct behavior gets deep fast. Grapheme aware cursor move display with handling deletion semantics. Go actually check the GitHub repo and look at the code to form an opinion. Your data is still being sold. Capitalism is like this. You cannot run of it, even if you don't use technologies. By the software maybe, but not by your OS, and that's the main issue. My point is Arch, Yannick, is that I don't want to spend so much time doing simple things. You don't have to. I don't. I know the system is good enough, but I don't like to not know about my own OS. And I know I can learn, but I just don't want to learn a lot of new things. This is why Mint is good, because it's very similar with Windows. I just install, sit and use. Never had problems. And this is your freedom, Nat. You know? This is your freedom to stay with Mint. It's totally okay to stay with Mint. But, you know, look, it's always good to experiment, right? So, you know, you can just install CachyOS, you can install Popos and test how it's like, you know, and you will decide. It's okay. And at some point you will realize the superiority of Arch. But until then, you can just try what you want, you know? Don't worry too much about it. And he hates me because I use mint, by the way. I don't know if you meant to say that, but I like you too, Nat. Yes, but I like Yannick. I like you too, Nat. Voilà. Voilà. The discussion has been how do you say? The dispute has been settled. The peace treaty is on. You both like each other. Thank you. What is my emote for that? I have an emote for that, you know? What is the emote? Of course, I never use my own emote, so I will not find it in time. What is the emote for that? What is the emote? What is the emote? Where is this emote? This one! Handshake! Voilà. Handshake. Handshake between Yannick and Nat. They both like each other. Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Yannick. I appreciate that. Sad. Sage. Both being sage, but still in peace. What a wonderful state of affairs. Bon, I read this and then I will leave because I'm tired. Opinion after checking the repos code directly re-implementing to input is not the best long-term default. To input is small, but it solves non-trivial things correctly. Graphing with movement displays scroll mat backend. That logic is exactly the part that tends to get buggy when hand rolled. So for a reusable input layer, dependency and string wrapper is better than full reimplementation. Is focused and reasonably clean with text for Unicode width and editing ops. It is active. Scope is intentionally narrow. So for richer editors, you outgrow it. For richer complex, maybe Ratatouille text area is a stronger long-term building block. Wait, Ratatouille text area? Wait a minute. Ratatouille? I thought it was Tui. There's also a Ratatouille text area. I'm confused now. Ratatouille text area. Yeah. 60 stars. Oh. Is a Ratatouille fork of Tui Texteria and maintained independently. Hmm. Okay. Great. What is the compatibility? Emma Saving. Bon, I guess, yeah. Remove TUI support. Update Ratatouille to 0.30. Okay. Well, I guess I will have to manage this. Huh? What I found in code, scope it intentionally narrow. For petty glyph symbol field, keep local implementation for now. Add overflow behavior locally. For future projects, use a dependency, but behind your own adapter trait module so you can swap crates. Pick and Ratatouille. I guess I'll just use two input for everything. Okay. Attends, first of all, let's. What did I do? What happened here? Okay, I will test Arch just to make you happy, Yannick, okay? In a VM. Wow! Damn! The peace treaty is getting out of hand. The peace treaty is getting out of hand, guys. This is getting out of hand. Voila, boom. You see? Now it's really surprising because people expect the lower sound and then bah. Voilà. That's great. The perfect way to explode people's ears. Wonderful. Reset the glyph rendering and refining. Yeah. And okay. Use chewy. Also, I've never used, I think, a Rust dependency before, so I don't know how this works. So I guess it's the good first instead of our own implementation. Replace it if we need to update Ratatouille to have the correct version. Do that. Make sure it works. Wait, I need to firstly come back. Up. And I will leave at that. I will let the bot, I will let the clanker work. And I will wish you a good night, everyone. Have a good weekend. Have a good Sunday. It's 1:30 a.m. You need to go to bed now. It's too late. You need to go to bed. Yes. But I wish you all a very good Sunday. And also I don't I don't know if you see my also I don't have any I don't have any LLM. It's 5%. So it's the good time to leave actually. Good night. Good night, hihi. 8 p.m. Yeah, 8 p.m. It's too much for Nat. You need to go to bed too, Nat. Time for bed. I'm waiting food. I'm waiting food. Don't worry, Nat. I will let you wait your food. And voilà, I wish you a good meal, of course. Waiting. Okay, waiting. I will yeah, I will let you eat the food now. And I will wish you a good Sunday, a good weekend, and see you next Tuesday as usual. And I will now make the echo. The echo. The echo. Say goodbye.